You would never troll me, Wally. Also, hello everyone. My man bun is finally not being filtered out by the camera for some reason. So, I guess you guys will be seeing the man bun today. We need to do the shout-outs again. Well, semi-filtering it out. Because I like to do the shout-outs. I have an automatic thing there now because I keep forgetting.
Sorry, Mr. Taco, I don't know why you're talking about maple syrup.
Because maple syrup is a good way to offset the horrors of what Mr. Taco is inflicting on his tummy. I don't know if that's a fact, but might be a suggestion. That, however, is very true. You dealer. Groundbuster may or may not have sent me a bottle of maple syrup, and he may or may not have made me into an addict. Life is hard. While Quad Rotas, on the other hand, may or may not have sent me a package containing stroopwafels, which also may or may not have made me an addict. Or stroopwafels, that's how I think it was. Wafels? No, I don't remember. He did try to explain it to me. Dutch is such a weird language. Yeah, I know. I had another Canadian friend who intended to send me a 1 liter, but the shipping was let's use the word exquisite. Let's redo the shoutouts for Krashafa and Wally, since the shoutout videos does not appear on the countdown scene.
Didn't really intend for that much storage, but
it just happened.
People kept saying that turbo fuel's gonna change, turbo fuel's gonna change.
So the storage magically appeared.
Got plenty of that going.
That's true, although I was very amused by that. And also our dearest, most heretical arch-heretic.
Pinged it. I think he's over there.
Uh-huh. I see that.
If I had to guess, I would guess he's over there.
I have
a giant present that you can't loot?
What? There's a present here?
Yep, there you go.
There's something right here
Not anymore.
that I couldn't move through.
Wally fixed it.
I can't see it. I couldn't move through it.
And you just fell off the thing.
Whoa! How did that happen?
Your name is Sneezian?
I don't know, I watched you fall though.
Yeah, I did too. It was pretty awesome.
Sometimes redundancy is good, Wally. I was going to comment on the colors of the floor tiles, but that seems redundant after the rest of the clip. Yeah, might have been. She did have a way with colors, didn't she, in that factory? Well, you could do painting now that you can actually do it without having to go through all that pain that we used to. I hate today's patch. They did a horrible thing in today's patch. I mean, okay, they fixed some bugs, but how could they remove this most brilliant way? Like, if you have a power cable like this, you used to be able to do this, and it would tighten up. And I like tight. But no. Now it's just an invalid customization target. Yeah, I'm not going to try to tell the NVIDIA software how it does that. I do not have a green screen. Green screens are expensive. I do not have the money for a green screen currently. I'm gonna sit down though. Oh, I would have to clean behind me. Oh, it might actually be a good idea. As in, it might be an incentive to actually clean the office. Okay, the microphone is getting really... loose. Need to do something about that. Yeah, cleaning. Ugh, heretical. Right, now, they've changed the switches since the last time I played. I'm not sure what I feel about these new switches. I mean, yeah, they are very visible. I like that. Couldn't they have made it a little bit tinier? Because in some areas, they are very much in the way. I like the little anonymous thing down there. Not for feeling, they're for looking at. Right. I removed the radar tower up there, and I moved it up there instead. And Wally pointed out to me last time, he was wondering why I had a face on my radar or my map. I'm amused by this. It's an old man who's crying, apparently. And he's got some very weird lips. Or maybe he's sticking his tongue out at us. Who knows? It does! Now you mention it. So I've switched out the foundations here with the wet concrete ones. What the heck are they called? They are called coated concrete foundation. Down here, I've finished the smelting line. My advanced contraption from last time is actually just... it's a lot simpler now. The fourth belt, which I haven't connected up yet because I need Mark III miners first, goes down here into this splitter, and this splitter just goes into each of them, which will incidentally make each of these 780 each. So that was all I needed. I just needed to end each of the 3 belts in a merger and then skip the... or splice, I mean, not skip. Splice the final belt in. But you guys know me, I like to make things complicated. That's one of my charms. Oops, that must have been loud. So I put up some lights, as you can see. You don't get the full effect now during daytime, but it looks very ominous. It looks like a Sith temple. Also, all of my railroad lights have turned red because I had to connect up the station to the internal power here. So I need to figure out a way... Well, actually, there is a very simple way of doing it now that I think about it. Let's fix the lights first and... no, let's show off the rest of the stuff. Then we'll fix the lights. So, since I wanted these diagonal lightings to go down like that, I built like this, and that thing in the middle there is a painted beam, just for some accent. This one is wrong, it's supposed to be like that, but it's kind of a bother to fix it. This is tar roof. Yeah, I like the look of that. Then down here, we have, that's actually... I like this style where you can have lights. Doesn't require power, because that is a billboard that is set to just be yellow with emission strength 2. Now you can have it emission strength 3, which makes it look like it's a furnace, but it's kind of intense. Emission strength 1 doesn't give enough of the light effect, so emission strength 2 is good. You basically just put a couple of billboards behind the wall, and I haven't gone through the measures of hiding these from the backside, because I was thinking that we'd finish up the style of this smelting building later on. But so far I'm quite happy with what it has turned out to. It's definitely original. But I was also wondering, maybe I could take this sloped roof, just continue all the way down to the ground, because it will not interfere with the smelting line down there. I'm not sure. I also need to finish up the station upstairs, and I need some more plastic to make the coated concrete foundations, because these things require plastic in addition to concrete. So what I'm going to do now is just turn this entire thing off by removing this. As you can see, the lights are still... I didn't turn it off because power is no longer coming in this way. That power pole can happily go away. That power pole is in a very weird position. And this one has enough connections that I can just do this. So what I am going to do here is find out wherever I have the... Here it is. And we need a lights control panel. Really, game? Can't you just let me... That didn't do much. It doesn't really matter either because I need to move the thing underneath. So there, cut power, which I believe should turn everything down here off. Good. Remove that. Connect that to there and to there. Now there's still red, which means that this is connected up somehow. Wait, now, no. Does that change the color of the... No, it does not. So I need to have these light control panels at every train station, and I need to make sure that I do not connect the train stations together unless I want all the lights in the entire world to be the same color. This looks awful, by the way. This too looks absolutely horrible. Let's set this to 60%. It's better. Now, in the last... no, not the last patch, but the patch before that, they also added the new asphalt foundation. And I think that's a nice addition. Apply power, please. So I'm going to do some minor modifications here before we move on. Now, the question is, can I? Probably can, if I'm sneaky. If I do that, this, and I switch this out with a 2-meter double ramp. I don't think I wanted to build one there. Do I need 3? Let's see. And then we go back to the regular ramps. That's much better. And we go to the architecture and we find the... Ooh, we could use road barriers. Nah, that doesn't look good. Just need some way to see where these things are. I do have power up there. I suppose I could do... You know, something like... If I go far enough up that I can actually see the lights. Like that. Main problem being that I probably don't want it... I would probably prefer it to be there, but that won't look good. Small, yeah. That's not really small, in my world at least. That's what she said indeed. Why didn't that... That was a very curious thing. I love Update 5. All these weird things you can now do. Tentacle, what she said, huh? You and your tentacles, Wally. The Update 5 has really been nice. No, today's mission actually is something very different, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. We will, very soon. I just need to finish this first. That one is fine. That one goes there, and then this one goes... Need to remove that. Because I would like it to go there, and then to there. And I know what... That. And that. All these power connectors that I have in the ceiling, both at this level and the other one, they are connected in very many various interesting forms, so that I don't break off the connections if I remove a power line. There we go. Now to reset the light color. Boom, boom. And that means we know where the entrance is. Finally, let's do these in asphalt. I am crouching again, yes. Now, if I had some of the good old paint, I have them in the hub. If I had some of those, the color cartridges, I could make nice symbols on this. No parking, for instance. But yeah, we have an entrance to the basement there. And I was thinking that I wanted to have these concrete things go all the way down around this, so that it appears to be the entrance to a cave. Alas, I do not have enough plastic. I might have some plastic in the train, which, handily enough, is just up here. Are you still here, Soul Adams? I do. Very good. My inventory is in serious need of a cleanup. Like there. That's one example of where the switch just is too large for my tastes. No idea if this is going to look good or not, but should definitely look industrial, that's for sure. Was also pondering if I should send the hexagon building to the Twitter thing? Reddit thing? Hold on, why didn't that trigger? Events. Oh, that's why it didn't trigger. Good evening, Cobalt Valkyrie. How are you today? Yeah, I've set up some automatic shoutouts in my bot, not the one that you suggested, but just one that does that. That was a very random clip. Let's go with okay. And I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling great. It's still November, Quad. And you started having Christmas songs 3, 4, 5 weeks ago. Oh. Ah! That makes sense. It was a tentacle shot. How do we feel about that? I think they do have walls that look like that, but I don't know if the walls have the same shine effect, Wally. Thank you. That means something to me. I'm pretty sure you have walls with... yeah, you have concrete walls, but you don't get the shiny style. You just get the boring dry style. And I like the shine here with the new JJ, or rather the new non-JJ Adams lens flare, because that is tolerable even for me. Shiny? It's coated concrete foundation, costs plastic, but it doesn't work on the walls. You should really stop projecting, Wally. It doesn't become you. Have they added the ability to... The walls are shiny because they are coated. This is not the wall. This is the foundation. What I was showing Wally is that I can't get it to apply to the walls because you don't have the coated style on the walls. Sure, JP could come up with something though. Now, foundations, ramps, inverted ramps. Ooh. Now, the quarter pipes have not been... I pointed out the same to him 20 minutes ago. What? No, I'm just stating that I pointed out the same, and I'm glad that I'm not the only one who's noticed. Jerk. Yeah, I like that. That shall be the entrance to the man cave, the iron smelting array. If you feel Wally deserves extra compliments, then you are... Yeah, without the C, of course. Extra compliments. Okay, we have to go back to our temporary main base. And also, I don't like it when you get the signs like that, or the switches, because I don't need switches here. This is a one-way track. You just wait, Quad. Eventually, he will end up starting doing that to you as well. Hype train, yeah, that would be nice. Although, not really, because every time I get a hype train, I feel very self-conscious. Yeah, even Pitch It does. There was a conversation about that in his, must be a month or so ago. Weren't you there, Cobalt? I think I managed to trigger a hype train in his stream, and he had a rant. It wasn't a rant, but he was explaining how it made him feel, and if he didn't hype the hype train himself and so forth, which is something that I would also never do. If you guys were to start a hype train, then okay, then you probably weren't there. Would you even stop that incessant honking? You are not Liam. Okay, so basically the gist of what Pitchett said, and I very much agree with him, is that, well, you can disable hype trains, but you don't want to do that either. So the gist of it was that whenever a hype train is triggered, he feels very self-conscious about it, because it makes him feel as if he has to drive the hype train. But if you drive the hype train as the content creator, that puts you in a position where you're literally begging people for money. And some people are fine with that, and I don't have any problem with streamers doing that. But Pitchit doesn't like doing that. I don't like doing that. So the few times that I've had a hype train, I just let the hype train go to whatever level it becomes, and I thank the people who are involved. But I still feel a bit self-conscious about it. And don't get me wrong, I've seen people who are very successful at having hype trains that drive them, and they make so much money from those hype trains since they're driving them that it's like, say that we had a hype train now and Quad and Wally were in the they were like knifing for the bits conductor, and I as the presenter would say something, so Quad, are you going to let Wally get away with a hype train conductor, or are you going to try to top him up, or anyone else who would like to try to put both of them out of commission to get the hype train conductor, things like that. I mean, I understand why they do it, especially if they do it for a living, but it's just not something that I feel comfortable with. I mean, could change, I suppose, but... I mean, heck, I don't even drive people to subscribe. I don't have any current subscriber goal or anything like that. I'm just happy that people are here. Exactly, Cobalt. It's the same. Hotspot, that was a very inappropriate time to come and tentacle that, but okay. Gratitude, surprise, yes. That is also how I mostly feel when anyone does something. Whether it's bits or subscriptions or anything really. Because my primary reason for being here is because I like to stream and I like to interact with you guys, and it's good for my mental health. I'm not just doing this for you guys, I'm doing it for me as well because it's good for me. And I guess that's also part of why it isn't that stressful for me, because I don't have to stress about anything. Like, am I going to make enough subscribers this month or something like that? Fine. Be matter. Okay, I need to have a serious look at my inventory.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Saul Adams cheered 100. AWWE's tentacles got all wobbly.
I love that French announcer. Thank you so much, Soul Adams. Also, for your redeem, I should find a tin of salt. Oh yeah, I set that announcer thing to trigger at 50 or something. Sorry about that. But thank you so much for the bitch tea fairy. Your redeem earlier, Soul Adams. You are a heretic because you got your salary too late, and thus you do not have that magical first. I know, that was evil of me. And the repentance, I don't know, you just repented. Thank you again, G-Fairy. Much appreciated. I'm just waiting for the heavy scalding from Soul now. I was just very evil.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Saul Adams cheered 100. I am dead XD.
I am the Dexter. Ah oui. That was a very, very evil redeem from my side, but I just couldn't help myself. Sometimes it's just too fun. Let's stash all of this crap in here. Let's not stop. Stash all of it in there, actually. And that one. That looks... Do I have computers and circuit boards around? And of course, again, thank you so much, Soul Adams. Much appreciated. I don't remember what I set that thing to. I think I set it to 50. Due to a certain stream where it was triggered over and over and over and over again for nearly an hour. My overlays... There? No. Notification box. Settings. Cheer. Yeah, minimum amount 50. Probably change that to 25 actually. And the chat is going to disappear. Boom. It's coming back soon. I'm going to love you, eh? That sounds worrying. And of course, could also be fun. Now, I know there are several things we're going to need for what I'm going to do, but I need to check the train, what I have in the train, because I want to refill the train with stuff. This first wagon, let's write down things.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Soul Adams Cheered 25. I.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Soul Adams Cheered 25. Just.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Soul Adams Cheered 25. Love.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Soul Adams Cheered 25. The Stubble.
Thank you so much, Soul Adams. I just wisely kept my mouth shut, as you might have noticed there, while writing down things. I don't think we need any more quick wire. We do need more concrete, so that's for wagon 2 concrete. I would like to have 5 more. I suspect I will at some point. And then we want... that's 5, so we want 4 stacks of steel beam. For this wagon, we want 2 stacks of copper sheet. For this wagon, we want... here we need rubber. We have copper sheet here. I don't need to have it in different wagons, so those 400 I have in my inventory actually. But I need aluminium sheets. Do I have any of those in here? Yeah, I have way too much copper sheet. I don't need that much of it. And I don't need any more concrete either. We could actually remove the concrete from here and put it in here. Could I do the same with the... not those. Those. I think there's exactly enough room for those. If you look at that. So for wagon number 2, we actually need rotor. No, we have a stack of rotors there. We need to go pick up aluminium sheets. And we need to go pick up plastic. And that's outside of where we are. I have been pondering building a minor hypertube thing in here, but CBA. Most of this is going to be torn down anyways. So I wanted 2 of these. Oh, and I removed all the ugly crap from here.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Quadrota Cheered 100. Let's distract Tentacle Boy.
Tentacle Boy! Anything for you. Tentacle Boy. What the heck? Tentacle? How does he even come up with that stuff? Thank you so much, Quad. I need 4 of these. I think this one is 4 cubes, and I don't need any of those. Untitled boy. Love me long time, eh? Sounds disturbing. Actually, I want more of these. And I want steel pipe too. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want 3 more of the steel beams. And I want 5 of the pipe. That is 5, and I'm emptying out one of the containers out at the steel outpost. This is good. And 3 more of these. And we'll put these and these and these in here. Plastic and alclad. Wasn't there room in one of these? We could put the rubber, the RCUs, and the fuel in here, I think. And even the baby bore cubes. Very good. This one also has room for 2, but... yeah, I'm gonna take a couple more rotor stacks as well, because I know I'm going to be needing them for things. Look at these. I don't think I need all these. I'm gonna take away 3 of those and put those in here instead. This is going to the sink, by the way. So basically what's left now is plastic and alclad. Good. Now we need to take all of this with us again. And we need to go down here and check if I have... there's some plastic here, but I'll leave that here. Have some plastic here as well. The computers is what I'm interested in. This... no, nothing here. This was kind of like a temporary storage box that I had early on. I don't need that. I don't think I need more circuit boards, but they are used in the train signals. That's where I use them. So that's why I'm keeping a stack with me. Quick wire, we have enough of that in the train. So we need plastic, and we need... well, I need to top up these as well. But that's for my own benefit. So what we'll do now is that we'll drive the train over to the aluminium outpost. We might have some spectacular train collisions on the way because I intend to drive it manually.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
So la dame Stiert 50. Let's distract tentacle tackle boy.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
So la dame Stiert 50. Blame Butsbot.
Blame Bootspot. Thank you again, Soul Adams. You guys are enjoying this. And I'm enjoying it, so win-win. Again, I love that announcer. You should have a text-to-speech announcer in your streams as well, Cobalt. German, perhaps. Here again, I would like to have some kind of way of option to remove or hide the switches, even if this requires a switch. But it would be nice to have it properly, since there's never going to come a train in this way. Yes, yes, I think you need a text-to-speech announcer. And the rest should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I'll put one more in there. Oh, yes, 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 you do. Trust me, you do. It's so much fun. And we're going to go to the plastic station. I can help you set it up. No. No, actually, no. The text-to-speech announcers in Stream Elements just makes it more fun when people subscribe or donate. If you pick a proper accented TTS announcer. The English one is good too. Don't get me wrong on that. It isn't as amusing, but it does work. Yeah. The one in Fireball. It have it sound like Ada. But it's a that's a mess to do, Soul Adams. Let me see here. If it is even easily done. I don't need to see my profile.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Quadrota cheered 100. I don't want Halo for Christmas. There is just one thing I need.
I have a very, 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 very bad feeling about this. I have to do it on each and every single one. TTS settings. So I have Brigitte. I have no idea how these sound. Dutch. We have Ruben, Lotte, Annemieke, Eva, Lars, Mark, Verona, and Lotte. And apparently Helga is Icelandic. Ah, no, there's a lot of stuff there. You just have to set it not be too loud. It might be too loud here. If it is, let me know and I can adjust the volume down. I have it at 75%. Plastic, that's what we needed. How much space do we have for plastic? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Be my guest, Quad, if you want to. I can't find my primary TTS announcer. She's under... okay, she's under French. Switzerland. Okay, here have a German Austrian. Michael. If you trigger a bit thing now, you will have a German Michael telling us something.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Soul Adams. Schierte. 100, Hans GCI Flammenwerfer.
That was a bad one. Because I'd have to listen through them to find a good one. Thank you again, though. Like, which of these are good? There's so many of them. Okay, here's Birgit.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Gefähri Gaming. Schierte. 58, Halbdrehen.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might. No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
I definitely broke it. Now, perhaps? If you guys intend to continue this. Thank you so much for triggering a hype train too, guys. Yes, I do, Quad, but we don't talk about that here.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Suladams cheert 25 the.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Suladams cheert 25 Träng.
25.
No matter how much you
25
plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Suladams cheert 25 is.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Suladams cheert 25 hier.
But yes, I do see that I have to adjust the volume on those things. So that's good that you mentioned the chill thing there. No, it has to be 25-bit squad. Otherwise, we'll have a repetition of what happened before summer, where that thing went on for at least 30 minutes. Which was amusing in the beginning, but you can type if you pick the one and then you just replace the number with whatever. It tips the bits you pick in that number. And yes, I was confused by that myself, so I'm not even going to troll you about it, because I didn't understand that in the beginning myself, that I could actually replace the number with whatever I want. Yes, normally I would troll Quad for that, because, I mean, me intelligent, he caveman, but I have to do it when it's...
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Quadrotas cheert 25 Bollocks.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Cobalt Weckery cheert 69.
No, sadly. 25 Bollocks. I like that.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Suladams cheered 25 every.
Oh dear.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Suladams cheered 25 body.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Suladams cheered 25 learns.
Lurms.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Wally 1169 cheered 25 Kaledo 2 Heretic Kaledo 2 Heretic.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Suladams cheered 25 something.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Suladams cheered 25 in.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Suladams cheered 25 Liz.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Suladams cheered 25 awesome.
Me too, Kobold. Me too.
No matter how much you plead, I will not sprout tentacles or turn into a giant eyeball. Well, I might.
Suladams cheered 25 stream.
Now I think it's done. And in respect of the hype train... Ah. Thank you so much, guys. That was fairly amusing. Now I need to put that text-to-speech announcer back to Brigitte because while Carolina was... isn't the worst I've heard? Brigitte is funnier. I did like the German pronunciation of heretic though. So this is new. You guys haven't seen this. I've changed the area out here because... yeah, Brigitte's nickname is Closet. You are quite curious about the Dutch one. I suppose I shall humor you. And I really need to remember to adjust the volumes of these things, so I need to make a note of that before I forget. TTS announce should be set to probably 60% volume, and stream notifications should be set at least -10 decibel, because they are actually going into the red and they're not supposed to do that. We can save that for the next time, yes. Just remind me in that case, otherwise I will forget. Now I need to find Brigitte. Sorry, Closette. French. Brigitte. Save. There we go. And I'll close that thing down. Right. Now the plan of... Yes. Yes. I need to catch up on chat because I know there was things inside of chat there that I missed while I was busy being broken. Let's see. Again, thank you so much, Soul Adams. That was 800 bits. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for the bits, Wally. Thank you for the bits, Quad. And thank you for the bits, Cobalt. Did I miss anyone? No, I think I remembered you all. Yeah, and thank you so much, G Fairy Gaming, of course. There we are. Now I think I remembered you all. You do want to make some tweaks. Yeah. And it's eerily funny how similar you are to Wally and me, Cobalt, when it comes to procrastination. When it comes to things that we should do in regards to the stream. 10 days ago, Glass Deviant redeemed the sound effect and sent the sound effect that he wants me to have. Just been 10 days. You don't have to promote the hype train. It pops up a thing when 2/3 of the triggers have been met, so you can be third. Yeah. Breaking the Caledon is indeed a meme amongst this community. It doesn't help that I've picked a text-to-speech announcer that does it by default. I mean, who can forget Caledon du Tentacle? Caledon du Tentacle. Copy paste. Just posted uni 169 times. Oh, yeah, right. That's very true. I think Pitch It and Wally might have something to do with that. Particularly Pitch It. Also Runestone. Not Rune Sun, but Runestone. Definitely Runestone. You're not procrastinating, you just haven't done it yet. Right, okay. Yeah. That's all I have to say about that. Blaming Pitch It, you know, if you said to Pitch It that you're blaming him for it, he'll probably take it as a compliment. Yes, 69 was mentioned. Really need to go down 8. I don't want to do this with all of my train stations. That is, build these pillars, but for this specific one I actually need to do it because I need to get the grid down, and I might as well leave it there because it looks better to have some kind of foundation for it. And I do like these coated concrete pillars. I'm not sold on the concrete that everyone uses in their bases now, the one that is not coated. But I have seen some fairly pretty builds with it. Like DC1 was doing some really impressive stuff with concrete and the concrete pillars in his base. I'd rather not go down into the poison. Oh, come on, game. Thank you. And I need to stop eating. I've noticed that I'm not the only one biting my lips, Cobalt. You might know of whom I'm speaking when I say that. Because I keep doing that while I stream. It keeps loosening up when I'm talking it that much. Yep. Apparently you do. So, there is a limestone node there, and there is a secret limestone node here as well. For some bizarre reason. Let's get rid of some vegetation. And I'm really, really annoyed that you can't get rid of these barnacles or whatever they're called. Because they are really annoying. Well, to be fair, you're cute most of the time, so... But yeah, you definitely do it while you're thinking. It has a sign of high concentration. Good evening, addicted to capping. I am building things. Probably much to everyone's surprise. Okay, let's see. Can I find that? Yeah, there it is. Just gonna want that down there and want that down there. Yeah, that's what I feel about myself when I do it. Besides, sometimes you... As you probably know, if you do that outside of that situation, sometimes you pull off just a little bit too much of the skin, and it's actually painful. So I try to avoid it, which is why I always have lip balm available. In the hospital today. Well, I'm not paying much attention to the server. I have way too much to do here. The are they finally giving you proper antibiotic treatment then? Yeah, you know exactly what I speak of, Cobalt, yes. Well, at least I'm glad to hear that they are finally giving you the proper treatment, because that actually annoyed me a bit that they don't do, or that they didn't do that immediately. At first, when I was using lip balm, I was, or rather, I see other people do. Yeah, and that's the problem, which leads to the skin loosening up. It's because you talk much, and then you try to wet them, and that's the worst thing you can do. Yep. Sounds very familiar. I'm gonna pull that there. I need to have it a little bit further up because I would like to hide the barnacles. The new hypertube to the blue crater, I was very happy with that because it did not make me nauseous to go through. So thank you for doing that. I think that's the correct height. No idea if I will be allowed to put down the miner there, though. I will. How useful. Game being the game, as per usual, but let's remove these again. Now, if anyone is curious what I'm doing here, I'm going to build a wet concrete setup out here. You built gloriously sexy hypertubes. Are you trying to hit on Cobalt or something? Sorry, I just couldn't resist that. Well then. That's not the usual behavior, you know? Usually it would snap above. Thank you. No comment. Yep. Poke, poke, poke indeed. Let's just leave it at that, shall we? This is probably going to be too high for the other miner, but I think I can do the same trick here. There. Excellent. Oh, where are my manners? How are you today, Class Deviant? Welcome. I think I said welcome, but I forgot to ask you how you are today. Yes, Wally, I know what manners and blah blah. Or maybe he's not paying attention. Yep, he's not paying attention. Never mind. I think we are all annoyed that we can't destroy the barnacles addicted capping. I know I am. I can't not have that there. Then your second job. Yay. Foundations. I like trains. I approve. Yep. What they said. An identical buildable is already built there. Is it now? I don't think it is, you know, game. Because I'm trying to aim there. Oh, no, it definitely doesn't need to be a hype train to break me. I'm much easier than that. I want to build... No, that would have to be a regular foundation, I think. Then one of these again. Yes, and then these. Breaking me? Yes, yes, you have. But it seems that everyone has enjoyed it, so... I mean, that's the important part. There we go. I'm happy with that. Now, just how tall is a water extractor in the landscape, I do wonder. Is quite. Am I missing copper sheet? Yes. That's like some kind of law. Apparently I need to, because I doubt I can remove that thing. Of course I can't, why would I? I want you to die. Well, it made a nice sound at least. That big mushroom is also going to be in the way, isn't it? Someone needs to tell Hannah that she needs to stop building these silly mushrooms all over the place. They're disrupting our builds. Yeah. Luckily, I do not need that many. Do I even need to use the wet concrete here? I mean, would I be able to see the difference? Very likely not, because even if I use dry concrete, exactly, it is already wet. So I can save some plastic, which means that I don't particularly need to save plastic, but it would be useful in terms of not having to go pick up more plastic. I don't think I can fit a water... What the heck is going on now? I don't think I can fit a water extractor in there. Well, maybe I can. Yeah, I probably could. You can actually see a difference. It's much darker. It's interesting. Not that it matters that much currently. The color is definitely different. Since these are submerged, and I'd rather save on the plastic while I'm here, since I might need to use all that plastic for coated concrete in the visible part of the setup. Let's just go with this for now. So, what I need to do next is to take this and do a 2 and pull that one out. And then we get to the interesting part of actually building the water extractors. Can't just build them yet because I need to put down... Hey, you. How about you give me missing wire? Really? The most efficient one is the plain concrete one, since it takes only concrete. As you can see, it's 7 concrete, nothing else. The coated steel plate is concrete and steel beams. And since I'm currently not producing steel beams in the factory, I probably shouldn't use too much of that. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and hope that this is deep enough. I also need to check how much water do I actually need. I need 1,000 per minute. And I don't particularly feel like overclocking any of them, so I'll... Okay, I need 2 lines of...
Motherfucker! Oh, you haven't done that in so long.
Welcome to you as well, Lolsir. Sheesh. Need 2 times 500. Yes. 2 times 500. I need 2 pipes here. Otherwise this isn't gonna work. Yes. People do love to clip those Dixper things, so I guess I should have a warning about that. Because I don't use Dixper myself, I apparently can't get entirely rid of it unless I stop using the shoutout clip thing. Which I'd really not like to do that, because it usually is both engaging and fun. I could put the shoutout clip sound down a bit. 7. It's not your fault. Pipe go... Yeah, this is the thing here. To be like that. Can I remove that thing? I can't, it's okay, but But I could. Even better. Not vertical. Not vertical, I said. And then a junction cross there. And a pipeline support there. Are you going to cause me issues, mushroom? Apparently decided that that was a bad idea and decided not. So 240, 480. Ugh. Having to build one. Just to clock it down all the way so that it's producing 20. Also, welcome, Duppy. I have enough power shards that I can overclock one of them so that it produces 20 more. Feels silly to have one water extractor that produces 20 water. Yeah, that thing is going to cause me some issues, so I'm going to have to see here. Power, first and foremost, to there. And I guess that would work. Something like that, and then pipeline cross junction, and remove the supports, and okay, game is being really difficult right now. Let's build that one. It's too close. Maybe not too close, actually, or rather, no, it was too close. This one is too close as well. I'll leave those there. Okay, remove foundations that are no longer not you. Power for these things, I suppose we can put down some power poles in the middle. That is not the right power pole. That power pole is wrong. Now, how can I make this there. Yes. And for now, I'll just connect that to that one. Which means I can well, no, I can't. I need also to connect it to that one. Now I can remove this. Indeed, they did, Protopoly, and welcome in. They also fixed the way we could tighten up the power cables. But we can't tighten up the power cables anymore. This makes me very sad. I forget. Okay, I've done something weird here. This one is not supposed to be here. That one should. You can no longer use the color swatch to tighten up the cable. This makes me very sad. Didn't exactly mean to turn the junction black, but sure. Pipeline swatch. Does that... this accent color here, what's the point of that? No idea. The Northern Forest build? I don't know if I've seen the one that you are referring to, Addicted. This needs to be Mark II. I need to go pick up more plastic from the train as well. Yeah, I figured. I don't know if I've seen it. I have no idea. Okay, this thing is going to seriously annoy me. This thing needs to die. Horribly. That's not entirely right, is it? Something not exactly as it should be here. Is correct now? Yes. This mushroom really needs to die. It's a very big shame that I can't kill the mushroom. I would like to kill the mushroom. I mean, logically, if I coated that thing with 15 obelisks, it should go away, but it doesn't. I need to send an angry email to Hannah. 21. Good one, Preoct, and also welcome. I'm going to go.
Not all who wander are lost.
Thank you so much for the follow as well. I'm going to go with the frame floors and the glass foundations. There is one thing that I've noticed which is mildly annoying with the frame floors, and I don't know if you guys have noticed the same. When you have a frame floor like this, and then you build a glass frame foundation inside of it, and then you stretch them, you get an issue which I hope they will fix. If you put a conveyor lift hole like there, that does not properly go through. I am not allowed to connect to that from underneath. So if I were to connect to that from underneath, I would have to remove the frame floor. Now, I suspect one solution to this would be to have the frame floor underneath, like that. But I don't know. But that does solve it, indeed. Now I can connect it. But it doesn't... Well, actually it does. It does give me a more uniform look in terms of not having the grid on inside of the glass, but rather underneath it. But it's a bit of a pain to set up. If I move the frame back up now, then it's fine. Unless I need to remove the hole again and put it back. Because, yeah. I don't know if the same holds true if I use the good old frame foundation trick, but I suspect that it does. Because this is what people did before the update, and I'm pretty sure the same issue holds true. You kind of see it when you have the... Well then. I did not expect that. But, yeah. Not that I intend to do this, because the frame foundations are not very looking. Not when we have the frame floors. The problem with the frame floors is that if I am to do it then properly, I need to place down 2. Then I need to go from that. Okay. Huh. How large is a refinery anyways? Yes? Going to start? It's 2.5 foundation. Two and a half foundation. That means that I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 foundations. 9. Maybe even 10 foundations. Sure. thing here is... Let's see. Let's plan this out quickly. I need 5 refineries on that side. That is called salt. It's a little bit unfinished. There are several things that I miss, like the ability to click and drag all of these 10 things at a time instead of having to drag one and one. The link to it is here. You can also run it in the website. But I downloaded the program. But until they, if they add things like being able to multi-select, click and drag and stuff like that, I will pay a bit for it. But as long as, I don't even know when the last version was made, May 5th, 2021, so it hasn't really been updated for a while. They also do have their own Discord. I'm not sure if they actually are developing it still. Sure. Do I really need to have it that far away, or could I put it inside of the foundation like this? I am not sure. Need to test. What's the difference between a Mark II pipe and a Mark I pipe? Does it have a difference? Not really. Looks exactly the same to me. Things like this, having to click pipe every time. Normally you can hold down shift, but that doesn't work with these tools. So it does have some things that it lacks, but it's good enough for planning. Might have to go out. But anyways, what I need is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 foundations. This is 4. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Might run into a minor issue here. Which might be more than just minor. That's more than a minor issue. Unless, of course, we feel that it's nice to have the trains drive through a refinery chimney. Which I must confess I do not. I'm going to start... out here, I think. That's that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. We have 2. That darn mushroom again. Oh. I actually need 11 that way, don't I? 2, 7. This is easier. That is 10. Sorry, I forgot to turn off the overlay. Don't need to see that anymore. That's... That's 10 in that distance. So I need one more. The mushroom won't be an issue now. Just to make sure that it doesn't become an issue. If I expand this later on, I'm going to move it. And for my own sanity's sake, let's just put one there. And no idea what happened there. And I'll put... This is salt again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. So I'm too far out this way. I just change it upwards. I'm out of concrete. So we have 4. And we have 4. Just like that. We have the refinery, which we want to have the input go outwards. I don't know if this is going to work in regards to the stuff above here. I think it will. Normally I wouldn't care about putting... Ah, it works perfectly. I wouldn't care about putting space between the refineries. I'm not that bothered with the vents clipping. But this is not going to be a very large facility, so... or it might turn into a large facility. But I suspect that I'm going to have multiple of these facilities around the world. This actually suits me rather well because I can take power. Instead of using power poles down there, I can have the power. Not entirely, but yeah, whatever. Really can't see where the beam is, can you? That's useful. Oh, you can't. Yeah, I definitely have to put the pipeline further in. Our connection is on that side. Yes, it is. Which means... I think... here? Pretty sure it means there. Yes. And the next one should be there, I think. Indeed. Oh, it doesn't give me enough power on the middle here. Going to go underneath and 1, 2, 3, and 4. This one can just go at the end here. And I am fairly certain that unless I put the pipes on level, I suppose I could do in this specific instance here. I normally never do that. I normally put the pipes at level 3. The thing that I don't like about this is that it gets really... Well, I can't put them on level 1 actually, because I need limestone to come in here as well. Thing is, I'm pretty sure that I have to put the pipe there, because otherwise I suspect it's too far or too close. Yeah, I have to put the pipe there, otherwise it's too close. Now the thing with that is something that I learned yesterday. Does that No, it does not. Hello, Zerivax. I'm doing quite well, thank you. How about yourself? That really looks stupid. So I'm actually fine with not having it like that anyways. Just started the workday. Ah. Guess you could say that I'm in the middle of mine. I could do the limestone belts on ground level. But no. Yes. We are very much in agreement there. That annoys me as well, and I'm pretty sure that there's going to be complaining from the community about that, and they'll have to reintroduce the bug again. Because their definition of wires that looks weird and my definition of wires that look weird is definitely not the same. Indeed. Now, these belts here are going to produce... No, not produce. Transport. 600 limestone. I don't need to remove the... But I need to actually make this a splitter and a merger. What is a feature? Last event? Do I even want to know? Okay, Cobalt. Normally I do interact a little bit more with chat than I'm doing, but I am mildly preoccupied with vision here. It's when your joke goes over like a pregnant pole vaulter. Right. I am mildly amused by your metaphor there. It is interesting, shall we say? Yeah, I think we'll go with that. I need to go pick up more plastic. Oh, I do not want that. I'm there. sure where I'm going to take up these pipes. Potentially not need to enter auto mode. Floor hole. I don't have the best experience with the floor holes yet. Yeah, fixed it though. So I think what happened with the floor hole is that if I now build wall support, say here for instance, I don't think that it gives me... No, it does that. Some weird reason. Because why would they make it a line? That would be silly, right? So if I want this to look correctly, I need to use a pipeline support like that. This is so silly. Is that the correct? I think that's the correct location. Now, if I put not a wall hole, but a wall support, say there, there. Oh, I should get it to be the correct angle instead. That doesn't work either now, okay. I suspect I know why it doesn't work correctly. Pretty sure that the reason is the thing inside of the foundation. No, it isn't actually. Interesting. That used to work. guess we'll have to do it that way then. Oh, there is not in the right. Why did I put the hole there? Let's try that one more time. No, I don't like that either, which is why I'm doing all this work to make sure that I don't get it. There we go. Now we have actual straight pipelines. Normally I would add buffers to this, but I don't think I want to bother with that. I think it's necessary. Yeah, well, I might have a tendency to mess around with things until I get things to look correct. As according to what is correct to my brain. It might be a feature here. Yes. Yes, it is. All you have to do is figure out the distance using the pipeline support on the top, unless you remember it by heart, which I don't, because it's been such a long time since I did this, but it's 1, 2, 3 away from the center of the junction. Now this is where I would be using the option to tighten up the power cable, because I think I'm going to be ending up with... Well, yes, I do have a clipping power cable. That one isn't as bad as I thought, though. It could have been much, much worse. We have been using it quite a bit. Although I must admit that I avoided using it because I expected what has happened now to happen. So how do I do this? This gives me a straight pipe. that's where pipeline is. And that's 6 meters, so I can put the pump on the pipeline there. That's where one of them comes out. And the other one comes out there. Doubt if I did that right level. I wish I could have this pipeline here closer, but if I were to have it closer, then I would get a very weird thing in the middle here. Also, this way I guess I avoid having the pipeline clip through the power line. That is the only thing that genuinely annoys me when it comes to power lines and clipping. Mostly I don't care about cables clipping through things, but when they clip through pipelines it looks rather stupid. So I guess we shall have this tentacle monument here. Handily enough, the power connector is on this side. That's good. That means I can take power there. No, as I was mentioning earlier when I was trolling Cobalt for procrastinating, it's only been 10 days. I need to procrastinate it for at least 10 more before I actually do something about it. I mean, seriously. You know. Please. I think I need this as well. Who's out? Where did I put those? Don't tell me I'm out of. No, I'm just blind. Have I forgotten to put that back in? I have. I need to put that back in, but not now. Remember to do that at the same time as I do the sound effect that you requested. Okay, so I have power coming down here. I just need to put up the pumps. That should push it all the way up. Easily. There we go. I'm going to do something here. Hold on one moment. Hopefully this doesn't fuck up the entire stream. How would I know if that matches? What is it trying to connect to? Right, it's not supposed to connect to that. So, do I have to? Just give me a moment here. Right, okay. Why is the computer picking this up? Welcome back, Cobalt. Why isn't Windows picking up this? Got a lot of wireless stuff. It was a mystery how it worked. So it's picking up my husband's watch, but it's not picking up the earbuds for some bizarre reason. I have the antenna connected. Must have the antenna. That might actually be the problem, that I antenna connected. Never mind then. The headset is kind of annoying when I have the bun here thing. Into finding the antenna afterwards. I have it in the motherboard box. This one goes there. Yes, there. Exactly, just there. There. You need to be upgraded to Mark II. I don't know if I'm weird, but I find the sound of the water extractor starting up oddly soothing. There are some of the sounds in the game that are really pleasant. This sound, I absolutely love that sound. Well, thank you. You have just earned a promotion to Rear Admiral, Cobalt. Well, you have Captain Obvious, but Captain Obvious is outranked by Rear Admiral Obvious, which would be, for the time being, you, now together with Quadratus. And then, of course, you have the Fleet Admiral himself. I'm sure you can guess who that is. You know, game, sometimes, just sometimes, I mean, it's snapping. Oh, never mind. Wet concrete. 80 per minute. Do be careful, Glassdeviant. You are in a dangerous position of receiving an admiralcy yourself. And you know what they say about having too many commanding officers aboard one ship. Yes, that is exactly what they say. there. 1, 2. Just wondering if it would be better to run the limestone along the floor. Doesn't really matter because I can take it out at height 3 instead and run the belts underneath here. How about you lift, please? Go away and be replaced like that. Yeah, what was the concrete for? You ask a very good question. Concrete is for heavy modular frames. Which I need a production line that makes more than 2. Because 2 might be a little bit on the too few side. You're on a roll today, Glass. That auto-snapping thing they have added, that needs to die viciously as well. In a very horrible manner. Sourdough roll, yes. I'm not going to argue that. Because I'm such a nice person. Don't worry. I was properly broken just before you came in. You missed the breaking of the Caledon today. Rough times, I know. I don't think that's gonna work, so I have to connect it up here. I think that I would rather connect it there. I don't know exactly how I'm going to make this look like it's not just floating in the middle of the air, but okay. Get back to that. So I have 4 water extractors on each side, which is each producing 120, so I need 20 more. Which means that I overclock one at the end. I can put that at 140, but we're going to put it at 160, just to make sure that I don't, or that I take the bug into account, so that there is at least some extra water in the loop. This one should be full. It is. All I need now is power to the miners. Means I should take down these temporary power poles that I had. That's another thing that I did off camera, by the way. I removed a lot of old power poles that was flowing through the landscape. Now, where do I want to take power down here? I suppose I can take the power down from the station here, which I've already done, apparently. It's good. It's on the middle of the thingy. So if I take that here... and I connect that to a power pole there. It's about as straight as I can get it, I suppose. This should work. Indeed. Let's just fill up the belt, and I also have to power up these things. Go. I have a horrible suspicion. Although, in this case, that horrible suspicion is thankfully not correct. I take that there. There we go. Okay, so the elevator things actually did snap. That is good. I was very worried about that. And we are producing wet concrete. 80 per minute, so that means I'm producing 600 wet concrete here, which is... no, 800 actually. Which is what I wanted to produce currently. Right, now I need to take a break. So I'll put down a train. I have some Borg cubes lying around, which I do know that I have in this train. No idea where I use those. Anything of what I've built require that? I mean, those require them. I don't seem to recall that anything that I've built so in this case requires those. Maybe I ditched them. Edit timetable. We can go to the... Apparently I have a temporary build train station out there. We can go to the Gold Coast oil power. But the first train station ahead of us is the one that we want to go to first and foremost. That one is the RDNWC nitrogen. If you think this is complicated, yes it is, but it really means Red Desert Northwest Coast. Could pop into the rubber station. And of course copper at the Hex would be desirable. And the Titan Forest. That should give a rather nice tour, I think. Photo mode, turn off. And I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Need to do some exercises for my leg and go to the bathroom and stuff like that. So enjoy the ride meanwhile. And I have returned. In good time too, as it seems the train is on its way back to the station that I wanted to go to. Little short of breath, but that bicycle thing is noticeable. I might have more than 4 stations, slightly, but I'm building a train-based logistics system. I'm not sure how those path signal slowdowns of the train work in that regards, because the fact that the trains slow down before every path signal might be more than a bit annoying in regards to the throughput. But we shall see. He's just fluffing up his hair before the redeem. This is Fliv, by the way. And rumor has it that I have 4 more wyverns in their way, on their way, in transit. To add to the family.
Not all who wander are lost.
Thank you so much for the follow, Simple-Minded. And welcome to the stream. That, and that. More than just a little short of breath. Okay, now I need to, because it's 88 type, that's 400 per side. These belts are 480, aren't they? But I don't have enough beams, and I do have plenty of sheets, so... use Mark 5 belts for these. And it's 80 per, so it needs a Mark 2 lift. Most people don't go to the extent of building train networks on this on the scale that I've done, Darth 42 Baker. I'm special. Let's just keep it at that. Now if I want this to come out, 1, 2. Have to be here. Because now comes the fun part of actually getting that concrete up. I foresee a tiny issue with this thing here. I suppose I can... I think I can. Have to test. Is that too close? No, that. Yeah, I might have to move these one forward. That one is wrong. That looks better. So this is the interesting part, getting these to align up. Normally it would work to have a beam here, but I think that it will not work on one of them. I think one of those belts actually does work. Or is that belt a little bit crooked? Yeah, it is a little bit crooked. That one is straight, but that one is not. If I want to have that straight, I would have to go... I'm not sure if that's going to work. There are so many oddities in this game to get if you want to get things in the correct angle. How many things you have to work around. You'd almost think that the developers don't care about having their belts and stuff straight. Which is probably closer to the truth than any one of us would care to admit. Fettuccine all the way. Well, I might be among the strange people that prefer my belts to be straight. It's ironic, I suppose, for a gay man. I get very hung up on straight things in this game. 1, 2, 3. That's the center. Does it have to be... I think it have to be like that, because I think this will give me... Yeah, I might be... I prefer to use the word anal retentive. The words, I suppose. About belts and angles. That I disagree with Addicted to Capping. I don't mind when other people build. It doesn't get straight. Things that annoy me the most is it is that part there that isn't straight. This one is actually straight. It is this little thing there that isn't entirely correct. And that probably annoys me more than if I had something like this, because that is so obviously in clipping. Whereas little nuances like this, that really annoys me. Because it looks right, but it isn't. So if I want to have that, I would actually have to do it so close that I'm not going to notice it. Fine, but needless, time consuming. I can see why people don't bother to do things like what I'm doing here now. I mean, I'm spending an exorbitant amount of time on making sure that things align up. Which really is unnecessary time spent, especially when you're streaming. That is good enough. However, good enough in the sense that I would preferably want to have it a little bit further in. Because otherwise I'm going to have to make another turn of the belt, and I'd rather not have it. depends on your schedule. I mean, for me, it's definitely time well spent, because what other games what other games would I be streaming? Well, I guess there's Dyson Sphere Program, but I kind of enjoy the Satisfactory gameplay too much, and I'd rather not switch to another game. Besides, consistency in terms of what games you're playing seems to be a good thing for the stream as well. There we go. Well, the best thing you can do is just to let go of being annoyed. That one has to go there, and that one has to go there, I suppose. So, there? No idea. Looks might be too close. Nope, that works. And that means that this thing needs to be there. Indeed. I'm surprising myself here. Boss makes a good point there, though. So theoretically, all that needs to be done now is to connect up the belts, and that thing up there, that thing being the station, should be receiving 800 concrete per minute. There is no such thing as perfection, though, addicted to capping. Nowhere in the entire universe is there anything such as perfection. So why demand something that is impossible of yourself? I don't need limestone. That as well. I'm just going to go with the assumption that that is 800 per minute. Not really, because striving towards something that... I mean, this is a philosophical thing, but striving towards something that is impossible is not healthy. If it was something that was possible to strive towards, then I would be in agreement, but I don't subscribe to the idea of striving towards something that is impossible. When it comes to what we do as humans, and perfectionism is one of the most damaging things we humans have ever done to ourselves. When it comes to striving towards goals, I would rather subscribe to striving towards accepting that not everything can be perfect, and thus get a lot more peace of mind.
My nondescript facial appendages quiver with anticipation every time I see you.
Get the furry tentacle. I shall get the furry tentacle for you, Bold. Hold on. Furry tentacle has been achieved. And welcome in, Bold, Viking, and Raiders, and thank you so much for the raid. Bold, how are you doing? Yeah, I guess that means there's drool involved. You're tired? Yes, I can imagine. You're up late. How did your stream go? Did you manage to get more work done on the Pionodon space cow? It needs more tentacles. Yeah. Stream was nice. Partner application got declined again. Ah. Sorry to hear that. You'll get it though. Get it. But I am. Smells nice. You're being unusual, is that it? No, 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 no. And that's peak. And no touch the microphone. Not wanted Gizmo to on the microphone. No, 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 no. Yes. Furry tentacle has been achieved. It would be a nice Christmas present, though. Let's do some shoutouts here. Old Viking. Oh, and yeah, hello everyone, raiders who might not know who I am. I am Caladorn. I pretend to be a variety streamer. I'm not. I stream Satisfactory, and that's about it. But at some point in the future, I will probably be a variety streamer. For now, Satisfactory has me caught in the trap. And I'm currently working on, or rather, I'm just finished with a wet concrete refinery facility, which is needed for, what was it again? Bore cubes, heavy modular frames. Okay, Cobalt, thank you so much for the lurk, and I don't know how long I will be going on. At least an hour more, I think. Then, the shoutouts. Old Viking. Feels weird to tell people who come in by raid that you should go follow Bold Viking, because I'm pretty sure you already are, but those who were here from before might not have followed Bold Viking. Bold Viking is a fellow member of the Red Circuit stream team. There is his channel. He's doing the most...
Off we go!
What is this?
That's a good amount of yeet. Ah, we're overshooting. We're so overshooting.
Bye. I've meant to ask, Bold. The death crate, when you died up there. Did it end up at the top of that thing?
We hit the top of the space elevator.
Because as far as I can remember, you can't get up there by building up to that level of the elevator. I've tried, but then again, my elevator was high up in the landscape, so it might have been that. Also, Jaru is a member of the Red Circuit family. Was it safe to jump without stuff? Okay. Shout out for Jaru as well.
Then he shouldn't get penetrated by his demon girlfriend.
No, I definitely agree there, Jaru. That's never a good thing. That clip's epic. I strongly advise against being penetrated by your demon girlfriend. We are absolutely in agreement there. Yes. I so did not expect that. Oh, that is a good one. Oh. 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 That's perfect. Oh. Ooh, my tummy. Ah, that was a good one. So yes, you should definitely go follow Jaru as well. It's a source for great quotes, that's for sure. I mean, who who can deny such wise words? Yes, that is a good idea, Bold. You have a good night's sleep and be wary of the tentacles. They can be dangerous, but mostly they're harmless. So, thank you again for the raid, and I will see you again very soon. I'll probably pop into your stream tomorrow. Are you streaming to Factorio tomorrow? If you're streaming to Factorio tomorrow, then I'll probably pop into your stream then. Mr. Maizena as well. More shoutouts. Then I'll probably see you in the stream tomorrow before I start my own stream. Since I tend to start an hour or two or maybe 3 later than you. It's not new at all. I've been claiming that all the time, Glass Deviant. My tentacles are harmless. Cuddles, that's what they want. Cuddles and world domination. I mean, there's no harm in that, right?
He jumped right in front of my car!
You came out of nowhere.
I think I knocked him out though. Not really sure how, but he's to the left.
Oh, I'm still
He's there! He's resting in once!
Now I am.
Oh no! Oh! Get him, Buns! The other guy doesn't have a weapon! Oh. He's so fucked. There's no way in hell. Just get his mate. He's powerless to stop it. Boop.
But you can pick up the gun, so just...
It should stop at 30 seconds though.
Oh, there's another one of his friends coming!
Yeah!
Game is that?
He went fucking ragdolling.
Oh my god, thank God.
Weirdest squad wipe ever. I have no idea what game that even is. Oh. Games that Caledon don't play. That's what it is, indeed. Famous games, huge games that sell very well that Caledon doesn't play. Or I guess the game is free, but the loot crates aren't. Or weren't. It's so out of my territory. What would my rugby name be? Lord of Tentacles, of course. Yes, it did look like the old Carmageddon. More shoutouts. 10 tackles. Yes. Yes, you did get me. Mr. Maizena is also a member of the Red Circuit family, and you should definitely go follow them. And then, of course, we have Hafalus, also a member of the Red Circuit family. Probably could pull out some old clip as well, depending.
This is chunk number 1, so that I can count how many chunks it is.
That is a serious balancer.
This is the start of the balancer. So over here.
Jesus
Then
Christ.
I zoom out.
What
You can see
the
it's
actual...
nice and symmetric. Two balancers go into the next one, into the next balancer, two go into the next one. So here we already have 5 chunks. Here we have 10 chunks, 20. Here we already reached 40. And this is the full balancer.
Did you build that from scratch? Perfect half scale indeed. JD gave you a blueprint. Well, regardless of who made that thing, I am mildly worried about how much time was spent making it, considering how little use that thing has. When would you ever need to balance 2048 to 2048? I struggle with balancing 16 to 16. Or finding use for balancing 16 to 16. Yeah, that's true. It's kind of like Andrew's space in Satisfactory. When would you ever need? What was the last thing he's working on now? Was it 40,000 iron ingots or something? When would you ever need that? You would need it for copper cables in a 10k science per minute factory. Seriously? It's actually needed for a 10k SPM factory? Correct, Serifax. The least needed item in the game, and he wants to make 69,420 of them. The item I go to great pains to avoid having to build anywhere. Even if I have to pick very substandard alternate recipes, I avoid screws. I hate screws. But there was a point that was made the other day. Who was that? JD made a very good point. Which is, Satisfactory isn't a true production line game. And the worst thing is, I cannot disagree with him. It lacks one critical item. There are no gears. No. No, I absolutely refuse to build anything that needs screws. Right. Remember if there was anything else I needed to do here. Well, I need to pretty this thing, or this place up, but other than that, I would say that this thing is mostly done. It's a shame Wally's AFK, because you guys would have time of your life together. Pun very much intended. Need to go there. And I need to go fetch some water, so I will be right back while I do that. Enjoy the train ride meanwhile, and the incessant honking when the train arrives at the station. Apparently I am quicker than the train. Well, you know what they say, Mr. Maizena. There is something to be had for having some state secrets known. Because then you can control the flow of information. And it also puts your adversaries off track of the actual state secrets. I'm not sad about that, Miguth. I'm actually quite happy about that. Especially considering all the crap I had to deal with when I started up this save the first time after the update. There were collisions. Good evening, Dr. Devil. I keep reading your nick as Dr. Devil. I'm sure it's pronounced Dr. Deville, but I suspect that they're going to do more with the derailing stuff. Cue incessant honking, by the way. It only does it in some stations. I haven't really figured out the pattern. Do I have fog on? Oh, it's just the light. This radar tower doesn't really seem to have been able to penetrate the blackness. I don't really understand the radar towers. Yeah, the derailment or derailing of the trains at the end of a track. That is one thing that I was actually going to mention, that I hope that they add that. Because even if you still could just click E on the train, you would still have to get down to the train and pick it up. But I can see the point there in regards to the train full of nuclear stuff. But if I'm not mistaken, the train will give you, when you try to derail a train that is full of nuclear crap, doesn't that mean that you also get lots of radiation damage? I mean, yes, sure, it would be nice to have a giant nuclear explosion, but not sure I would appreciate having a huge nuclear explosion in my base, and I'm also pretty sure that most players wouldn't appreciate having a nuclear explosion in the middle of their base. So there's always the fact that you also have to factor in what would players enjoy. Like, regular players, not as insane players. I mean, we are kind of a special bunch of people, aren't we? In regards to both the amount of pain that we introduce to ourselves. This is the second save. That would be a good idea, Zerifax. And it might actually be that they add that. We never know. They are going to add more game modes, so... But this is the second save from Update 4, because initially in Update 4 I had my base up here in the Dune Desert. That was where I started out. But I think it was back in March, maybe April. I restarted, and I restarted here. I think I started down there, but I ran up here because this is one of my preferred starting locations. It's not a good starting location, because you only have access to that copper node up there, and that, I think, is an impure copper node. But you have access to 4 pure iron nodes. You have copper down there. There are a couple of nodes somewhere down there. I think they're hidden. That's also copper nodes. Yeah, there's one copper node there, and there's 2 copper nodes over there. But I believe that all of them are normal. Just check that very quickly. Oh, it's on the wrong monitor again. I need to figure out how to tell OBS that it could pick up things from a different monitor as well. Now, why is that working? You're working now. I mean, here we go. So copper ore, yeah. The only pure copper node in the entire Rocky Desert is all the way down there in the distance. But you do have 3 normal there. You have 2 normal over there and 1 over there, and then you have the impure one up here. So this isn't a great starting spot because of that. There are starting spots that are vastly superior, but I kind of like this place. It is it's a nice place to start, and I like the color scheme of the Rocky Desert. So now I do have a minor conundrum. That one is done for the time being. Maybe I should remember to click saves. That one is also done, actually. These 2 are perpetual ones. So batteries. I've made the train station for the outpost, so I should take this, copy settings. Actually, I had to do that, because then it'll also copy the text. So do this, save. Well, it is important to troll your moderators. They tend to troll us streamers, so... Okay, my conundrum is as follows. Just down that. And we can go to Steel B problems. I don't think that's probably, I think that's more or less a given by now, that we have all accepted that moderators troll their streamer and streamers troll their moderators. And it has to be a part of the TOS. When it comes to games like Factorio and Satisfactory and Dice and Sphere Programmers and these kinds of games, I don't really enjoy the combat aspect of it. Like, I detest playing with biters in Factorio. Mind you, the biters in Factorio are a lot more, shall we say, insistent than the enemies here in Satisfactory, because the enemies here in Satisfactory they don't come and seek out your base. So the enemies here, I'm fine with them, because it's just a nuisance, really. Not a huge fan of the spiders, but I do have the arachnophobia mode on. Not that the cat heads are much better, but at least it's a little bit better in regards to not making me feel like I want to blow out my eyes. Can be a bit annoying with the cat heads, because you don't really know if the spiders are dead or not. But in Factorio, the biters, I prefer to play with them off, because they keep pounding your base, and that is very annoying to me, because I like building. Dyson Sphere program. I have to see how the combat system that they're working on works, and if it can be turned off via peaceful mode, before I make a verdict on that. But it might be amusing. But in production line games, I prefer the building rather than the combat. If I want a combat game, I can play games like Godfall or Dishonored, or quite a bit of games actually I can play if I want to play with combat.
Express it in language of how much energy I have.
My man just went monkey mode.
I have questions, Mudkip, but I shall refrain from asking them. They have already stated that you can disable PV. That's good. That's good. You used to play peaceful mode, and you're just ignoring creature, but yeah, that works. Good news, blood work came back normal. That is good. Skin infection down both legs caused by your neurologist. That doesn't sound good at all. But you're getting an IV and you come back the next 3 days for 1 hour. Yeah, good. I'm glad to hear that, Addicted Cappy. 4 hours of sleep deprivation for context. Yeah. Yeah, this really isn't Twitch. You're all watching National Geographic, and apparently we have a very eager baboon in chat currently. You know what they can tell. However, it should be mentioned that said baboon imitant makes some really good factories in Satisfactory, so I highly recommend popping over to his channel and giving a follow if you're interested in seeing some fairly impressive Satisfactory content. Rashafa, welcome back. Now, yep, you got. Well, we have more viewers here now. Let's do another shout out for Krashafa as well. Asshole.
It means absolutely nothing. It's completely made up.
Oh, you're welcome. Both for the comment, which I feel is a welcome. Or what is it called? A touche. I guess we can go with that. But I like that the clip said it means absolutely nothing, or you saying that. Welcome back to Wally. You have a friend in chat, Wally. You and Mr. Maizena, you could have a really good time together. That has been established. Okay, so my conundrum is... when I built what we're looking at now, which is my steel smelting outpost, I tore down all of my steel beam, steel pipe, Nobelisk, that's not as important, but steel beam, steel pipe, and industrial encased pipe. Rather, the beams, but I'm using the alternate recipe for that. So, I currently do not have any production of that in the factory whatsoever. Which does mean that I'm going to run out of those items. Pipes, I'm not that worried about, because I have a fair amount of it over here. I have this container which has all that, and this one is full. The beams, those Moving right along. Those are a bit more worrying since I am running out of them. And the encased industrial beams, those are not a major concern, but they might become an issue. I don't use very much of them though. The steel beams though, I use a lot of them. So I need to set up that kind of production again. What is it? No, I said I wouldn't ask questions. Keep my word. Downside to having a cat who is long-haired is that you'll randomly find hair in your mouth. Thanks to cat. You might be getting the impression, Wally. You might be getting the impression. Yes. I know you're... Iron Wolf has a great emote for this purpose. That one. Okay, I can't help it, or I have to break my word. Glass Deviant, what the heck is a Conan, or Conan? Well, a conundrum, that's fine, but keeping my Conan in a conundrum? I mean, a drum, surely that's an instrument? It's not something that you put things inside, unless you're a murderer or something like that and you need somewhere to hide the body. As proven by, I think, Poirot, but I'm not sure. I'm absolutely certain or positive that I've seen a episode of some kind of crime series that had involved that, someone hiding the body inside of a drum. No, I don't think that I'm counter-trolling him. I'm genuinely not understanding the attempt at trolling me. I have never claimed to be exceptionally intelligent, Wally, as you should know. Oh, absolutely. I did get trolled. But I still have a desire to try to understand. You like how I improved your foundation tower, by the way, Wally? It got taller. This area here might be decent for a base. However, hi there, JP. Welcome. The one thing that I'm worried about with building a base here is the poison gas, because you don't really have to go that far down until that poison gas becomes an issue. Why didn't it do shout out? Did I forget? Oh, I did. Could you type something, JP? Yeah, there we go. JP, for those of you who are interested in serious experimentations when it comes to figuring out all kinds of things when it comes to Satisfactory, and especially the new Update 5 stuff, you should definitely go give him a follow, because these, for instance, the way that I've built these lamps, all thanks to JP. The way that I built lighting down at the edge of the building there, also all thanks to JP. I'll show that again later though. I need to figure out where to build that factory first and foremost. Thank you. I shall have a look at them after the stream. Uplighting. Are you using actual light sources for that, or are you using the signs? And I wonder how long it'll take until Coffee Stain does something in regards to the lighting, because the signs are in many ways better light sources than the lights, and they don't require power, so mildly exploity, I suppose. The Ramp of Doom. Yeah. Brightness level 3 on the signs, that is just ridiculous. I can quickly show you guys what I mean there. So for those of you who haven't played with Update 5 yet, it's coming out on early access just a couple of days, isn't it? Was it the 20th? Tomorrow? Yeah, it was tomorrow. So if we take a large billboard, which I can build. Frankly, I have the resources for that. So this is the default look of one of these billboards. Whatever I do to this would apply to any other sign as well, whether it's a big one or a small one. So you have the emission strength down here. Let's say I put that at off. You don't really see much of a difference. Mild difference to the coloration of shenanigans there. I'm also annoyed that they have misspelled this. They need to fix that. But say that I change the background color of this sign to yellow. Get a warm yellow. And I can remove the background, and I can remove the heretical text. Flame Siphon indeed. So if I now put this into emission 1, it gives off a little bit of light. If I put it into emission strength 2, it gives up a fair amount of light. If I put it into emission strength 3, and if you're photosensitive, look away, it gives out a lot of light. And I have no idea who would have a sign at that strength, because this is just ridiculous. And I think JP, how many of these did you have, JP? Some ludicrous amount of them. And it's like you have to wear 120 of these. Yeah, there you go. But the thing with the billboards is that they don't require, yeah, you definitely need sunglasses for that. They don't require power. So, whereas they don't really count as true light sources in the way that, for instance, the lamps over there do. And I'm not sure how much of an impact I'm actually giving my save by having that many street lights and lights all over the place. I have no clue. But Go away. If I wanted to build a ceiling light, that would, I mean, 2 megawatts. That's a pittance. 6 megawatts, that's also a pittance. So it's not that the light requires a lot of power, but how did you do that again? If you take, does it work with beams? No, it doesn't work with beams. Yeah, exactly. They don't. That's the difference between those and the lights. They don't light up the area. They are just one massive source of light. You've tested this a lot more than I have, JP. I guess I would have to build. Pillar going out from that thing. Don't want to do that either. But you could technically get them in the ceiling, but they wouldn't give that downlight glow that it does over at the Steel Smelting Outpost. But at the same time, when it doesn't give the downlight glow, it also doesn't have as much impact on performance in the game engine, so it's... and it also doesn't require power, so... Well... That is with actual. Just as an example. This is something JP made with signs. So, while it doesn't emit light, that is really cool. You can make all kinds of things with these signs. Let me see if I can find another one. An idea that I actually stole, that I'm using in my own factory. I can find it, but yeah, this is something Cobalt did in her factory. So this is basically what you're looking at here. Is in the background you have the walls in front, and then you have the large billboards behind. So when you look at that building from afar, you get that look of having the light inside without the emission of the lamps that you would get if you had actual lamps. So it's also easier on the game engine. So it's just one of those things that you can use for all kinds of experimentation, fun, design ideas, stuff like that. Yeah. Like if you wanted to build... when Amelie of the Sea, if she had been playing now, geesh. I can so imagine what she would be doing with those signs. I mean, she built the, was it the Empire State Building? I don't know of many people who have reached the item limit addicted to capping. Andrew is one. And as a matter of fact, he's the only one that I know of that have reached the actual item limit. It's something like 2-point-something million. You have to build a ton on the map to actually reach the item limit. You have to be a special kind of insane to do that. The special kind of insane that we like around here, of course, but But yes, it definitely takes a special kind of insane. Let me just quickly check on this specific site here. This site here, I believe, is 3 normal nodes. Yes, this is 3 normal nodes. 3 normal nodes will net me at 250% Mark III miner 1800. $1,800 divided by 780 is 2.3. So this would net me a total of 2. Two full belts. With a little bit of... I could split the excess. Because 780 times 2 is 1560. Can I see the history, please? 1560... The result is 200. It's basically 2 Mark V belts and a Mark III belt-ish. I could split a Mark III belt into 2 Mark II belts and have that as kind of like a... just additional, but it's definitely... this is definitely suited for 2 stations of iron. Which is also what I've built it as, so that's good. But the thing is, where the heck do I want to build? There's one thing that I definitely want to do with the factory at some point. And that point is quickly approaching. Like this part here, where I have things veering off the main track. I have a little bit too many of those, I feel. It might be that I'm having too many signals on the track, and maybe I should remove every second of them. But when you can see the next intersection or junction, when you're hovering above an interjunction, interjunction now. Creative. The trains will be slowing down at the T-junction at the end there. They will be slowing down there. They will be slowing down here. Will be slowing down there. And then you have a stretch where it's okay, and over there it's going to slow down there. It's going to slow down where the trains that go out to the Plubber facility comes in. It's going to slow down at where they go out, and it's going to slow down at the intersection that goes to the stations that we can barely see in the distance there. Then it's uphill, and then at the top of the hill there's another intersection where the trains slow down. And every single slowdown is overhead into the factory, which is kind of what I did. Something to avoid. Let me just quickly pull up the map. I don't have any particular need to reach that achievement either. Not saying that it couldn't happen, but I strongly doubt that I will ever reach that achievement. There's a loot crate here. I need to pick that up. And there's apparently a lot of loot crates out there. Okay, I want to turn off... Can I just do caves? Cancel. I wish there was a simple turn off ore. That would be nice. I can do that. That helps. Let's also turn off Right. I guess those are up here. That one. That one. That one. Thank you so much for popping in, JP, and I hope you have a nice rest. So, out here, what I did here, you can see this intricate thing. Some of you saw this earlier in the stream, some of you have not seen it. So what I did out here is that I made 2 stations, and they have one entrance and one exit. So instead of having 4 intersections to these 2 stations on the main line, I instead reduced it to 2, and I made sure that those intersections are properly distanced between one another so that I don't get too much slowdown. And that is something that I should have thought of in regards to other intersections as well, because you can see here, like we're here, even if the save game says that I'm there. You can see here, a train that is coming from, say, here. This is where I'm producing aluminium. And it has, this train should go, say I need it to go somewhere out here. So the train is going to slow down once, twice, thrice, and then I'm going to go over to normal counting. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 times only on the track that I already have. Okay, Glass Deviant, you have a good rest too. Sleep well. If I try to reduce these intersections by having this more as a main track, I can have tracks that veer off, but, and that's the but, I have to make sure that any track veering off is less efficient for the train to take than to go through. And I'm not sure if that's going to work here. I should probably build a station out here just to test it, which is actually something that I should go do. Because what I'm thinking is that the game will pick the most efficient route when it's calculating its route from A to B. Which means that a train that is going beyond these station areas would not want to go down here just to make the curve up there to go back onto the track. Which is kind of why I made that curve. There was another reason as well. There's some poison crap here, and the ramp that took the track up there would have been difficult. I think it would have been clipping through the cliff here. But instead of having this go straight up and then just a minor turn, I wanted to make this a longer turn to make sure that it takes longer to go through this track segment than it does to go around this track segment. We should actually go test that before I do anything currently, because that is fairly important information for what I need to plan out. Edit timetable, we can go to... You can see all the slowdowns. The train is slowing down. It shouldn't be slowing down here. Okay, this signal is bugged. That has happened once before. But it has only happened when I'm driving the trains myself, interestingly enough. This one should not be red. don't remember how I fixed it the last time either. It was one signal that was bugged. Yeah. So, fixed. It slows down before those path signals. Because there's a path signal coming up now. And there, it changed to green when I crossed the previous block signal. Again, slowing down because of another path signal. And the train doesn't slow down on the regular block signals. But I do suspect that the distances between the signals is too frequent anyways, because if a train had stopped at the second train signal over there, like 2 signals ahead, there is no way in heck that this train would have been able to slow down. It would have crashed into the other train. Because the braking distance in Satisfactory for the trains is significantly longer than in, say, Factorio. I don't even remember, do trains in Factorio have a braking distance? Yes. The reason why it does slow down before the path signals, it actually makes sense that it does. It is supposed to do that. They have braking force, okay. Thank you. Whenever a train is entering a path signaled block segment, one of the differences between the trains in Factorio and in, or rather not the trains, but the signals in Factorio. Like, Factorio has chain signals and regular signals. Regular signals in this game would be the block signals, whereas the chain signals' best equivalent would be the path signals, but these do not function like a chain signal does in Factorio. Because a chain signal in Factorio simply detects whether or not there is a train inside of whatever block it is monitoring. Whereas a path signal, on the other hand, in Satisfactory, whenever a train approaches, it will always show a red light until the train is close enough that the path signal is able to determine whether or not the train will be able to pass through the block without crashing into another train. One example of that would actually be here. Say, because that is also a path signal, say that a train is coming down this way, headed straight ahead, and a train is coming down this way, headed straight ahead. Now, the path signals in Satisfactory would allow those trains, both those trains, to get into the block. They would only stop any train coming in either direction if a train was coming up here, and then this path signal reserved a route for a train to cross out into the main track. Otherwise, both trains would be happily able to pass through the block at the same time. In Factorio, that would not happen if these were chain signals. If these were chain signals, it wouldn't have mattered if the train had come this way and this way. The first train into the block would hold the block until it had left the block, and then the next train would be allowed to enter the block. So yes, they are limited by the block signal in front. That's something that I am 100% sure of. But the maximum distance is that there must be a maximum distance, and I would really like to know what that maximum distance is, because here, for instance, I'm considering removing that signal to have a longer distance. And that's what I'm contemplating doing on several of these intersections. or blocks to see if I can figure out. Yeah, I know. And I don't really want to do it, but I guess I'm going to have. I guess I'm going to have to do it, whether I want to or not. You know, kind of hoping someone else will do it. Which is of course very unlikely. I wasn't referring to you actually, Wally. I was referring to the Satisfactory community in general. But I don't think anyone does trains quite as extensively as I do. At least I haven't... Well, Pitch It. Pitch It does. Even Pitch It doesn't really do it at my insane level. He does it more reasonably, I think. That's true, that's true. Okay, so I have a test station there. Now we want to make sure that the train that goes to that test station does not enter down the track down there, but that it actually takes the main track up here. Did I say the train down there? I meant track, I did. Well, time does exist. It would be rather rough if time didn't exist. Or would it? Maybe life would be nice if we didn't have time. Let's go to Iron A and then to test station. Your schedule will probably tell me that time does exist, but is reserved. Because if time didn't exist, why would you want to have a schedule? You wouldn't need a schedule if time didn't exist. It's always nice to be able to troll you back, Wally. Your schedule is a filthy liar, eh? Okay. So, if your schedule is a filthy liar, then why aren't you playing more Satisfactory? I would ignore your schedule if it lies to you all the time. That's just me. Okay, I think we can do that. And stop this train, because I don't really want to drive all the way over there. Just to test this. Remove the train. Put up a new train. Enter the train. And we want to go to test station. And then we will see what route this train will now take. Okay, so apparently I'm onto something. Aren't you subscribed to Cobalt?
It's not easy being green.
Well then, I don't think that track would work very well. You know, Cobalt has this brilliant emote. Right, so test it, and... Okay, well, you're not forgiven, because you're a heretic, but That emote is worth it. Again. Okay, that means that I can actually do something based on this information. I'm gonna drive the train over to the iron station, and while the train drives there, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, so I shall be back in a couple of minutes. There we go. Good timing as well. Path signals also have that annoying thing going on here, which I really don't understand. That sounds like a good plan, Molly. You can always deduct it on your taxes as networking costs. That's what I do. So, if I am to... Yeah. What would CRT monitors have to do with networking? Oh. Never mind. Ah, right. Well, it is networking. It is a good idea to actually make friends, you know, when you're a content creator. Or so I've heard. It's a spitting thing down there. Well, we'd have to ask someone who has experience with these matters. Yes. And I guess the people you troll as well. In your case. I guess that's a good definition of a friend, yes. The people you troll. It sounds a bit nihilistic, doesn't it? So I didn't put any signals on this part of the rail. I have signals over there. But what I'm thinking, and I don't know if this is viable... Did that thing go? Did it spelunk all the way into the cave? Do they usually have long patrol routes? Apparently so. So what I'm thinking is, if I have a T-junction instead of just a turn here. A problem with that, because there is a problem. Problem with it is that I can only go that far out before, and I need to make a new curve. And the second issue would be... The second issue I can actually test before I do this. The question is, this T-junction, if it is to do what I'm planning for it to do, it's going to be responsible for the highest point in the landscape here. All that poison is really, really not good. That tree sadly has to go away. I don't like moving these trees because they're very, very pretty. So... is this part here... you... there. Really hard to tell whether that over there is higher or not than the part that I am standing on right now. So going by this, it doesn't matter all that much. Oh, sorry. I don't like removing these trees because I find them very pretty. Are the boom sound effects that loud? They are. I need to do something about it. No, they're not really that loud. They're about the same... Well, I could actually make those a little bit. Yeah, hello, hello. Not that I have any idea where you are. Oh, you're there. No, you're not. Of course you are. But I still want to make the sound a little bit less intrusive. If possible. Yeah, it is. Set this to 60. Does that actually affect this? Yeah, that is much better. Okay, I need to be in Zoop. 2, 3... Actually, I don't need that much. 5. And 4. And I need to build a station. It does work. It actually does work. I did not expect that. The main problem is that poison field. I really, really would like to get rid of that poison field, but sadly there is no way to do just that. So I will have to build above the poison field. Or I would have to go further out that way. Not that a station here would be of any consequence anyways, because it would be way too close. If I have trains coming down here, I need... because I'm going to have a lot of stations underneath here. I'm going to have iron ingots, I'm going to have copper ingots, I'm going to have steel ingots, I'm going to have concrete, I'm going to have plastic, I'm going to have rubber. That alone is 6 stations. And there's probably other items that I'm going to need to have as well. And that does not factor in the stations that are going to go out. Which brings up the question again, is this the best location to do this? Because 6 stations is 36 tiles. Because I need 1 extra tile or foundation width to have room for belts going in or out of the cargo platforms. Now I'm contemplating where to put a major factory. And what I'm doing here is I was just testing whether I could fit a station underneath the tracks, and I can. But that poison field over there is creating some issues for me. So I'm going to have to build this out that way. The station over there, or those iron stations, I wouldn't need them because I could integrate the iron in that. That's actually a good idea. The limestone as well, and there should be a limestone node here. I know there's one there, but there should be another one as well.
Not all who wander are lost.
Thank you so much for the follow, Gremlin Things, and welcome to the stream. What I'm thinking here, just to be more precise, I'm thinking a rather tall building. Like, I don't know how tall, but definitely... yeah, it's going to be tall enough that it's going to be on par with something up there. Because I want to have multiple stories, and then we have to have service. This is where I really start to do things with the factory. All the things that I've done up until this point have been planning out. There is a couple of things that I probably should consider doing as preparatory work as well, which is the quartz that I have in...
Not all who wander are lost.
Thank you so much for the follow, Z-Count. Whew, any tips for a beginner to the trains? I actually need to make a tutorial on trains on YouTube. It has been on my to-do list ever since Update 5 dropped. I should probably get that out very soon, since it's releasing tomorrow. It should have been out by now. But I haven't even made the script. When it comes to trains, there are a couple of things that you definitely should be aware of. First of all, train track segment can has a minimum distance, which is, that's 8 meters, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 meters is the minimum distance of a segment of track. 16. So I usually like to build train railways on the seams between the foundations, if I do trains on foundations, which I tend to do because I think it looks more structured. You can happily just build rails like this if you want to. You don't have to worry about doing it this way. I'm special. The signals that they have added in Update 5 is probably the most important thing to be aware of when it comes to... That's what I implied, Wally, when it comes to the trains, because the trains will collide now. The signals, they can be finicky. Can't just put a signal anywhere. The signals can only be put at the seams. So, as a demonstration of that, if I have these two segments of tracks, I am not allowed to put a signal anywhere else except at the seams where the segment of rail ends. So that is something that you should definitely be aware of. No, of course not. What else should you be aware of? Since collisions is a thing, if you want to build a train-based logistics base, like I have done here, you definitely want to have at least 2 tracks. Whether you want to have left-hand drive or right-hand drive, that's up to you to decide. I prefer right-hand drive. Curves. Curves is another thing. The minimum distance of a curve, if you want to have a 90-degree turn, is exactly 3 foundations. That's the minimum curve you can make. 2 is too sharp. 3. Now, if I build this curve here, I will be allowed to build a straight rail, as shown. Intersections, they are kind of in a 2-track railway system. I build the intersections like this. I find that to be the easiest. So this one is 4 foundations. I've just removed the foundation out there, but that was the seam of the foundation where the tracks meet. And the other one is a 3. One of the major things that I would have said before Update 5 is that you should never connect more than 3 rail tracks together in one, like here. The game did allow you. Still does, actually. So yeah, never do this. Never place more than 2, or rather 3 tracks. Do not place 4 tracks in one intersection. They might have fixed it, since this one now actually shows an arrow going straight ahead. But this used to confuse the game vastly. But maybe they have fixed it, since it has 3 different options now. So you feel free to ignore that. I need to test that, actually. If you have a long rail like this, try to not do what I've done here, which is have a lot of intersections in a row, because the trains will slow down and that will cause you problems with your throughput, because if the trains go slower all the time, yeah. So this is kind of what I'm working on now, reducing the amount of intersections and also building the train network down into a substation thing here, where I can have the stations underneath the building that I'm intending to build. Let's just go ahead and start this and see how does this work. I might actually get away with having it even one further down? Not sure. Having a hover pack, by the way, while building trains is like before you have the hover pack, building trains can be annoying, shall we say? When you get the hover pack, it's a world of difference since you can be hovering above, and the tracks themselves carry power, so you don't have to worry about powering up. I don't like. I have power going through the rail network to the various locations in my base. I don't have power lines all the way up to the hexagonal building up there. It's just carried through the rails and into there. But one thing that is important: if you should have enough power. Each train does require a fair amount of power. So if you're going to build a lot of trains, I would suggest that you have fuel generators up and running before you start doing trains. A bear? I have no idea what you're on now, Wally. Not that that is anything uncommon. I might go with this height, actually. Because I don't think I'm going to use that part up there with all that poison. I'm not sure I want to torment myself that much and build train stations out of poison. Building trains without a hoverback. Sure, you say. Still clueless. Say so. I'm sure someone else understands what you're saying, but I'm sure as heck completely. Could I go down even one more? I think I can. I can go down even one more. Because there is nothing... Yep, I can. There is nothing in the area here. Oh. One of those language barrier things then. I need to check something here. Is this on the same height as the foundations over here? No, it is not. Okay, then I will not go down one more. I will actually stay on that height because of the cliff over there. But in regards to trains, Gremlin things, most of the Satisfactory content creators here on Twitch will be very happy to help you. You can also pop into my Discord server, and if you have questions along the way, and I'm not streaming, then feel free to drop any questions in there as well. And don't be shy about tagging me. I'm always in Do Not Disturb mode because of streaming and stuff. But that doesn't mean that you can't tag me, so... Trains kind of is my thing when it comes to Satisfactory, when it comes to logistics. I do enjoy trains. Okay, so I think this height is a good one. A farty plant over there. Farty plants usually signify that there's something there. I mean, would they really use a farty plant to protect some beryl nut bushes? There is something here. There's very definitely something here. This is one of those things where you have a ooh shiny moment where I'm very distracted from what I was actually doing. Somehow I suspect this is just it certainly sounds as if it's just one of those silly artifacts. Yeah, it is. In other words, nothing of importance. Could have been a slug though. Would have been more interesting than this thing. I never saw this cave before. Power yet? So I have a lot of planning out to do. So what this facility, I need to build stations, and I need to figure out what stations I need to build. I need to figure out what I'm building or making in this building. And I know that I'm going to have to build all of the, or make all of the basic products. Everything from iron plates and iron rods up to heavy modular frames. And also when I have heavy modular frames, I am going to have to make the what are they called? Getting and here is it? Yes, it is. Fusion cubes, indeed. The fused modular frames. These are actually the tactical Borg cubes. I have things that I need for this ready in terms of I need to set up the fracking of the nitrogen well. But the train station that is responsible for picking up the nitrogen, that's ready. I've also prepared the fluid tanks. Because if you transfer nitrogen gas in fluid tanks, you get 4 times as much nitrogen gas in the process. Because each of these takes 4 nitrogen instead of 1. So it is definitely more efficient to transport nitric acid, or rather nitrogen gas, in a packaged nitrogen gas tank, I suppose, rather than carrying it inside of just a fluid wagon. Yeah, droning it is probably preferable to using trains. My thought when it comes to drones is that anything that stacks in 500, this would be a stack of 400 in effect, is definitely worth using drones for. Anything that stacks in hundreds, unless you have a very, I mean, my plan is to have blenders, enough blenders that I can produce 200 batteries per minute, which should be enough to deal with somewhere around 80 to 100 drones. So it's not like I'm going to have issues with that. But I prefer the trains. The drones are cool, but I prefer the trains. But anywhere that I can use, or anywhere that drones would make more sense. 244, okay, right. Yeah, so plenty of drones from 200 batteries. But I'm going to make 200 batteries per minute because it's more of one of those things that I really don't like doing. It involves alumina solution, and alumina solution involves water looping, and my brains just goes mush from that. So I'm just going to make a battery facility that I know will last me for a long time before I even have to consider making another one. Good evening, Nine Wolf. So I'll get back to you, Nine Wolf. Just give me a moment. Not losing train of thought, pun intended. So trains would be my preferred way of transporting things, even for concrete, which stacks in 500. But if I can, or rather if the distance is either very long, drones are actually better than trains on very long distance transportation, or if the distance is ironically very short, which means I would have to add an intersection. That would slow down my entire grid of trains. That's when I will be using drones. One example of that I can show right away is with the interactive map. So this is where the nitrogen node is underneath here. Now say I wanted to transport the nitrogen gas here to that place. I would use drones if I had batteries available. Because having a train go all the way around here, down there, and then having an intersection to have the nitrogen tanks go in there and then out again, and when I can just transport with a drone going back and forth. The same probably holds true of the area that I am in now, because I mean I am here in this area. This is literally where I'm building this cropping here. Banana shaped, I guess. And this area here is where I want to build. I'm going to remove the train stations there and remove those intersections. Because Factorio isn't 3D. And nowhere near as pretty as Satisfactory. And I have to admit that I have a weak spot for the graphics in this game. Besides, it's a different challenge. Much different challenge. But JD had a good quote. Thank you, Wally.
There you go.
So where do we put the car?
Once it's done preparing, you'll get a cargo slot. There you go.
There it is.
Register enter. You want me to,
Right to the stars.
are you self-launching, or do you want me to hit the button?
No, I'll let you do the honors.
Alright, get the fuck out of here. See ya.
See ya.
I assume that's space exploration? Because I certainly do not assume it. Yeah, that was space exploration.
There goes the lazy
But
bastard.
you can be in the rocket now? Added the ability for you to enter the rocket finally, so you could actually leave the planet? Oh. Ah. In the car, in the rocket. What happens if you want to continue playing then? I assume you have to respawn. Ah, okay. Then it's fine. So Iron Wolf is a fellow member of the Red Circuit family, and he plays a lot of Factorio. So if you're into Factorio, definitely go check Iron Wolf out. He's also a pretty nice and very chill fellow, so I kind of hang out there. Probably more than I should. But it's very relaxing there. Very relaxing atmosphere. Easter egg. Yeah, I had no idea actually that you can do that. So definitely an Easter egg thing. Yes, I can imagine that you do, because it's very calming to just have your stream on. There's very rarely any loud outbursts or anything. It's generally very, very zen atmosphere. Yeah, you're a veritable spelunker, Ollie. Okay, so this area here is probably large enough that I can make a properly large building here. And if I get rid of these rail tracks here, the next thing then would be to have some sort of ramp going down here. Okay. This is the Caterium outpost. Tentacle for the SO. I intend to transport this Caterium out to the coast so that I can actually use the pure Caterium ingot recipe instead of just having this little meager production line here. You can get so much more Caterium out of one node if you just use that recipe. That will give me more quick-wire, and I know that I'm going to need a lot of quick-wire. Like, I know that I'm going to need more than 10,000 quick-wire per minute. And that is one of the things that I would most likely want to use drones for. Like, if I were to use the quick-wire in a facility here, it is very likely that I would use drones to transport the quick-wire back and forth instead of a train, because I would have to have a lot of trains, and I would have to have several stations and several platforms to get the throughput that I would need. So drones would be far, far better options. That is a very, very good argument, Dark Rogue. That in fact is so good that I might actually have to pick you up on that and do the same. Because it means that I do have to have a dedicated station for the empty tanks. Although there is a critical threshold where I no longer need the empty tanks out there, where the station will always be full anyways. But I do need to have the tanks going, empty tanks going back and forth. So yeah, using drones might actually be a very good idea for that. Thank you for that tip. So yeah, all of the planning involved in what I'm going to do now is probably something that I need to do without interruptions in terms of chat. But let me just check. Yeah, because if I build, I need to redo this segment here. Well, actually, the person that I've been chatting the most with for the past minutes is Iron Wolf and Dark Rogue, not you. I'm not entirely sure what I've done here. Why have I built this like this? This is entirely wrong. All of my trains are going to go completely bonkers haywire now. That as well. So, T-junction. That track, well, I need I think that track goes there. And it also goes here because, wait. There. Now this one, then that goes here. That one goes there. Need a segment of 2. That to there. And here. Move that. There. Same with this. And I don't know if it will work. I'm gonna leave these here. Because I had some issues with the path signals not working as intended if they are too close. We'll try. The path signals do not work until you have block signals at all of the intersections. Yeah, see? These do not work because one of them is too close to something, and I'm not sure what. If I move this back here, yeah, I'm going to have to do the same thing over here. I'm not sure why it does this. Definitely has to do with how the game calculates the distance of the trains. And there we go. It's kind of weird. I know that it has worked on the TIA interjunction that I have all the way over there. There it works. I can have the path signals at the switches, but I also have other parts where it doesn't work. I'm not sure what the reason is. I'm going to remove these two signals here. And rather put that... yeah, I'm gonna put this one here. Move that one. Same here. Oh, if they could just add the option for me to rotate where the signal is. That might be far enough that the path signal here gets updated. I would do the same here, but because of all the intersections over there, currently it's a bad idea. Yeah, I don't understand why they didn't just implement that from the beginning. Surely they must realize that people are going to be annoyed by the fact that they can't just turn the signals around on the tracks in one simple motion. And again, experimental and all that. This track goes there, I think. Then we need double ramp. Really want to use the... So I want to click on. And I don't know if 10 is the correct distance that I want to go. Is that the right... No, that's not the right one at all. Double ramp 4 meters. Yeah, I flipped the one that I wanted when I was in here. Concrete foundation. I can use the asphalt. I am also very, very glad that we have zooping. That said, the moment Smart works again, I'm going to install it. There is no question about that. I miss that mod greatly. This is zooping, Iron Wolf. Before update 5. When you built foundations, you had to build them like this. 1, 1, 1, 1. Now, they have added zooping, so you can build up to 10 at a time. Both in that direction, or in that direction. And that's why I used the mod Smart, because the mod Smart gave me the ability to build more than one foundation at a time. As I'm sure you can see in the general area here, I do have a couple of foundations. As a matter of fact, I have 27,000 foundations. And, yeah. I also have a wrist to think about. And those 27 foundations are without actually seriously having started building yet. Like the asphalt for this. But I think I like that even less. How is that possible? Guessing these things are off-grid. Yeah, of course, now I remember what happened here. It's because I built them from there. So they are, of course, 1 meter below what they're supposed to. I haven't seen the world grid and how that functions yet. I am actually building the foundations, or rather I'm building the concrete for the foundations in a machine. But no, I'm very content with having it this old grid. Okay. Thank you. Old grid, hold control. That's nice. That's very nice. Yeah. I strongly doubt that it fits. No, it doesn't. You can see it doesn't fit with my old grid. But it's not too far off, because I did do a proper northeast, south, west grid. So it's just a matter of 2x2, 2x3. See if some people complain about using a world grid. Not complain. That's wrong. I've seen people smirking. He's building off the world grid, and he's not doing a north, south, east, west grid either, because he feels that it limits his creativity. And I like that attitude, because more creativity is good. Also, du heter det samme som meg, funnily enough. Not that it's that of an uncommon name. I might be doing a mistake here, because no, maybe I want the ground floor to be concrete for a change instead of having glass. Yeah, the rotational alignment, I did that in my previous save game. That's when I started doing it in the Dune Desert save. And I continue doing it in this save. So when I was placing down my first foundation, I was very specifically aiming the compass either south or north. I don't remember which way, but one of the ways, north, south, east, west. So the trains will be coming down here. It's just some hurdy-gurdy language, you know, Swedish chef and all. Or Norwegian chef in this case. I don't need a path signal, I need a power line. No, Swedish and Norwegian is not the same thing, Wally. Then again, you're an ignorant heretic, so what would you know about these things? We all understand. Do not worry. The one thing that I wish they had added, which they haven't added, is... I mean, they have added roofs. But I can't really use them for train tracks, because they don't properly align. I could use them for train tracks, I suppose, but they are half a meter above-ish. So the not that it would matter a huge deal, but the railing would, these things here would go through that little bit of clipping. We do not approve of clipping. Materials, coated concrete. Need to make all of that down there coated concrete as well, because Do you have to spend a great deal of plastic on this though? Have I hurt Clippy's feelings? I'm not sure that I care about Clippy's feelings. I have Clippy traumatized me. I like the new asphalt foundations as well. They didn't fit with this specific location, but I really do like them too. I'm using them at the Steel Outpost for going into the cave underneath where I'm smelting the iron. Why does it want to build an intersection there? Sometimes the game does weird things. Yes, exactly. Heretic! I think Nine Wolf might be asking for a timeout, Wally. Be prepared. Exactly. Thankfully, I don't think any of them are here currently. That's another thing that annoys me. Why does the game do this? I mean, this is connected, but it makes these ugly things. One thing that now that I'm looking at this, one thing that I definitely do think that I will not have here is 2 tracks. I want 1 track. And I want it to be the exit track, I think. So this intersection needs to be changed a bit. Because the question is, in regards to that, where will the trains come in? And it just makes more sense to have this be the leave area. Because if it's the enter area, those trains that come from there will have to cross the entire thing. Whereas if this is the exit, any train that comes from there will just go on, and this will go on, and the other one goes there, and my heart will also go on. Yes. So this will be the exit track, which means that this track will go away. I'll just remove it right away to remind me. And then I'll have the entrance on the other side somewhere. And I need to do something about that. Yeah. Plenty of planning. Well, I'm glad I'm able to troll you as well, Wally. Always a pleasure. They have very different uses. The hover pack takes 100 megawatts of power from your power grid and keeps you in the air. However, if you lose power, like say I fly out this way, you can see down at the other side there, directly, you can see like a wireless signal thing. That's how much connection I have to the power grid. If I leave that, I fall. I can stop the fall by holding down space, which means I don't die. I fall from a great height. I could fall from up there and still just, but I would have to hold space all the way down to avoid dying. So that's useful, but the jetpack has a very different approach. Yes, basically yes. And I guess that's more or less what it is, since it is 2 helicopter thingies on my back. Sadly, I can't show you because I cannot go into third-person view, and I would have to have a heretic in the stream to demonstrate what it looks like. The jetpack you can use for, like if you have a... You can actually go pretty far with a jetpack. I could be yeeting myself from up there and end up all the way over there with the jetpack, but the jetpack takes fuel instead of power, and it only has a limited use there, because when you have the fuel, one canister of packaged fuel, you cannot refuel it while you're in mid-air, which probably comes as a huge surprise to everyone. So if you run out of fuel, you fall down. But it gives you a lot of... yeah, I know. It gives you a lot of options in that regards. So... let's see here. Sorry. Let's see here. I think thank you, Eigenham. Pleasure to have you here. So I think we are going to wrap up here because I need to really focus on what the heck am I going to do with this. Try to place down a couple of stations, just experiment with it tomorrow. And it's very likely that I will be streaming again tomorrow evening, European time, into the wee hours of the European morning. I mean, it's 9 minutes away from being considered morning, basically, 3 AM in 9 minutes. But, you know me, my sleep schedule, or lack of thereof. So, I was considering raiding Ozinats, but he is wrapping up. In other words, we will be raiding Daddy Crom, who is also playing Satisfactory. He might also be wrapping up, but whatever. I don't have any other good targets currently. Daddy Crom is using Dixper, so for anyone who has issues with jump scares, you can join the raid. It'll give you the Poe blessings for this for my stream if you want to collect up those. But as soon as the raid has gone through, then I would suggest that you close the window, because Dixper is for those of us who do not like jumps. I'm not a fan of Dixper at all, which is why I have it in my tag. I shall redeem the leg workout after the stream, Iron Wolf. You'll just have to trust me. I will refund you the points, actually. So Dixper is an integration thing with Twitch where you can the audience can spend money on making things happen in the game. Like here in Satisfactory, you could make me, for instance, now throw one of these Nobelisks right in front of me, or a hover pack stopped working or something. But it also has jump scares with sometimes loud noises. So just be aware of that if you're sensitive to jump scares. Do not stay, because I haven't seen any Dixpers going on while I've been having him up here now for these 3 minutes, but they will come when they are least expected. But with that, thank you all so much for staying here with me, as per usual. I am deeply grateful for that. Thank you for the bits, for the breaking that happened earlier, for the follows, and I also, of course, for the raid earlier, even though Bold is not here anymore. He's probably, hopefully, sleeping tightly at this moment. I will be back tomorrow evening, as per usual. Not a set time on when, but probably somewhere between 8 and 10 p.m. Central European time. That's GMT +1. And I will probably be going on like today until around 2 or 3. So I hope to see all of you, or most of you, or some of you, or the ones of you that want to, okay? Then. And I hope you will have a great evening, morning, afternoon time zone. And yeah. Have a good one, everyone. And again, remember the raid. It does involve raiding someone with Dixper, so take care of that as well. Bye for now.